Mike testing. Good morning. Good morning. Mike testing. Good morning. Good morning. చంపేస్తుంది అది ఇక్కడ వచ్చిందంటే ఇంకా. అవును అది అలా వద్దులే. చూడు 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 ఎట్ట చేస్తాను చూడు. నేను ఫుడ్ అంతా ఇప్పుడు వేయను. ఇక్కడెక్కడవే తావుంది. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. अभी तो previous day high and low we'll set it up now because that is a standard process. So I don't know how many were you there on Friday, on Wednesday. There we said around 11 o'clock, agar Nifty 24,734 it crosses today, there can be a good amount of short covering. So we took a trade here from here to all the way 135 points. We took the trade completely. So there was some profit booking in between. In fact, I released a shorts also on that. No, so shorts also on that, and I don't know how many were there, but anyway, that was a very good trade. And Bank Nifty also, in fact, we were watching it very closely on Thursday and Wednesday, and said once it crosses 55,000, stays above, it can make another 300 points. So it also did the same thing. Even but today it has to be above this 24,853. That is a very right shoulder high on a weekly chart, which is which has got bigger impact. इसका impact ज़्यादा है. So that we have to check today whether it happens or not. Anyway, meanwhile, let me kind of log into Zerodha also, so that we can check. We can check the so my cat is giving me a lot of problems now. I don't know. Okay, we can log into Sensible, because that provides us the options data. So market is about to start in just 1 minute. So we will wait for the first 15 minutes. Today the Nifty is having a 20 points negative, because there is auto sales. The shares have already ran up in auto shares. Hero Motor and has come up with good numbers. Maruti, TVS okay, kind of on par with expectation. Eicher was slightly down than the expectation. So we will see how the stocks react to that. So another few seconds. So Nifty has, but it is no showing some huge downside number. Not clear, what's actually happening. It is showing a 280 points down, but no, the same is not reflected in Sensex. Something with IT it should be, because TCS is laying off around 12,000 people. So what is likely to happen is that will have a repercussions on other IT companies, because if TCS is laying down 12,000 अगर TCS कर रहा है, so this will have a huge impact on overall. So let me kind of track this. This is 300 पॉइंट नीचे दिखा रहा है प्री मार्केट में. So this is something scary. But it has not started. Heavyweights, let's see. TCS, oh, these are all previous dates, not getting updated as of now. Something seriously wrong. 342 points. Nifty is down. Or some selling is taking place. Almost now 2 minutes, it is not picking or reversing it up. Let us see. But this usually the first half a minute or something like that, you will have huge plus or minus, and then immediately within 1 or 2 minutes it will settle down. But now almost for 3 minutes it is more than 250 points down. My only fear is whether this IT is breaking down. That is, there is every possibility that IT is breaking down because of this news. Because once that will also have an impact on so many other things. If TCS is laying down 12,000, we may expect another totally put together entire IT industry, more than 1 lakh or 2 lakh people getting laid off. So that will impact lot of things, consumption, market, pricing, so many things that depends upon that. NPAs, this is not good news. Let us see. But it is a normal thing in IT industry. Okay, so they do it regularly. But now coming at this point of time when AI is supposed to really have lot of impact on jobs, this will accentuate the worry more. And you got some 2 major heavyweights sitting in index, both Infy and TCS. Let us see. Even now it is 229 points compared to the Wednesday close. So Sensex is not so low because see, Sensex does not has HCL Tech, Infosys and TCS. Okay, Sensex has 3, but how come when Sensex is not falling so much? Now I think slowly Nifty is recovering. Let us see. But somehow I feel IT can be a culprit today. So let us mark it up. I think that we have not done. So there one more minute to go. So let me correct up mark the previous day high and low. So we should do it with normal candles. Okay, so Nifty made exactly just a week above this right shoulder, this thing. So now this also will become a challenge. So it has got some 3 or 4 resistances at this range. Okay. So unless and until there is a good amount of positivity and momentum, crossing these 3 will be a big challenge. Okay. So not bad, 76 points, and HDFC Bank is gone down, and let me check. No, let me finish this and then we'll come back and check all the shares. Just a second. Yesterday's low, unlock. Lock. Okay, so option trader zone we will see. Now let us check the so TCS is not, okay, TCS and Infi both are almost positive negative. What has pulled down is Reliance and HDFC Bank and Bharti Airtel. These 3 top shares, the number 1, 2, 3 is the culprit for this 70 points, 76 points Nifty. Okay, ICICI Bank, Infi, L&T is positive again. Kotak Mahindra Bank is 70 rupees. While HDFC, no, despite Nifty Bank, maybe there is a good profit booking started because the other day we had a 700 points rally. There may be some profit booking. See, all oil related companies are doing fine. I know Asian Paint, Pidilite, etc. is okay, and this one Copper, Bajaj Finance. Maruti starting 16, so it's, and M&M, I think Maruti is ran up so much, no, so much news was given, and there was a continuous positive news, and it ran up almost 20-30%, so that is good. Only thing we need to see how HDFC, Reliance and Bharati recovers, whether it is a positional matter, or I don't know why these suddenly HDFC is 1.3%, because there was a good report on private banks and a lot of movement has taken place in private bank, and today there was again another report saying that it is something is positive for HDFC Bank only. Okay, we have to wait and see. This may be being the first this thing, option writers may be getting into it. So 704 will be the first support. So it is starting exactly at 5 minutes pivot, so 7:55. Let us hope that it takes so okay. I think our Ekinachi is showing something different. Fantastic. So like the other day, I think it is we have to wait for the pivots to come up now and see where the volume is. We closed it on a mixed nature because we had one red, 2 reds and kind of 3 in our component. So we will see how the progress is made today. Let me remove this because this is no longer needed. Today we kind of no trends will be a trend setting day actually. Nifty has to cross this 24,853, 854, which was the previous day high, and sustain above that. Otherwise, what will happen is the yesterday's candle will not have any strength to push Nifty further up. So that is one challenge Nifty has. So Nifty has to be. Just let me. Nifty has to stay above that. Then only. Indigo is supposed to be in green because of the oil prices, but in pre-market it is starting lower. SBA in Kotak is only supporting the Bank Nifty. Only one day of option writing. So today we will know whether and as of now the option chain looks like something like this. So you got 24,700 solid support and 25,000 is only, and even 24,800 has got a good amount of put writing. So Nifty should recover. Nifty should recover from this low start. That's my view. Today can be a sideways market because yesterday we had that such a big run. There will be some profit booking and some repositioning, and people would have But also today being this day is being sandwiched between two holidays, there will be a less participation from the market people. Overall. So Nifty, see, I said immediately recovered whatever was there in the pre-market. So it made one stride drop to this 24,756 and took support there, and it is trying to again cross 800 and try to stay above that. Let's see. India VIX is slightly up, I mean 2% up, sorry. So all those pre-market greens are turning into red, and but Bank Nifty is recovering from some 140 points. It has recovered. I think that should support Nifty also. As long as it crosses 800, maintains above that, and closes anywhere between 800 and 850, that will be good for next week. Profit booking was expected to come, so let us see. Once it reaches the yesterday's high, previous day high, whether it crosses or it sustains, it starts making a red candle, then we will see. So what will be our, this thing will be 24,900 put. Okay, so 24,800 C and 24,900 put will be what we will be checking out. 900 put is at 134 and 800 call is at 98. Okay, so within 5 minutes so much movement. It touched 850, it touched 750, 100 points movement. So market is volatile. Nifty trying to stabilize. Probably at some point it will again try to cross 800, and so what we can do now is 756 is the low. Okay, let it make, let us see where the next 5-minute candle starts. Okay, depending upon that we will take a it has to, if it has to cross 800, it has to sustain above 24,780. Okay, till such time it is unlikely to cross, because 80 will be the first technical hurdle between 200 points. So we'll wait. So 800 C is weak, so let us see whether we'll shift it to 700 C, because that will be a good in the money option. 165 700 CE. This 700 CE above 196, this will become a buy. Okay, so it is at 166 currently. It is in a pivot, a broad pivot. So it can keep going up and coming down, and it is below fast moving averages. Let us wait for it. Now, if somebody wants to play that, no, today's low for this particular option is at 150. So scalpers can know who are willing to take 20 points risk can enter, but I would suggest wait for another 5 minutes. Let us see where the next candle is, because this candle is also a clean red candle below our yellow line, which is against when to take a CE. Okay, so this is not auguring well for a CE positioning. Market is mixed at this point of time. There is a lot of shares which are in green, some are in red, moving from green to red, red to green. It is all over the place. Market is very sluggish. I somehow feel volumes is going to be low today. Whatever happens, it will happen in a low volume, and there is a possibility that it can be a sideways market today. Meaning, now that it has made a 50-point low, 40, 30 point, but it may vary between 24 770 to 24 820. That 50-point range can be the action today. So please subscribe, share, and kind of like. That's the only encouragement we get. So it is making a clean red candle. So what we can look at it is 24,900 put. It is 137. Okay. I wanted to wait for 15 minutes candle to end. Then we can take a position. But so clearly it is making red candles. So let us see. Let me first see the whether that option has got some strength to go up. $115. So now it is kind of rising, 141 now. Now it is 141. It has got legs up to go to 163. So 24,900 PE. It's already at 151 now. The view will be kind of bit of sideways Batman today. That's because day before yesterday was a big trading day. So today we have to scalp, like this particular PE, which I said from 141 it is rising. Maximum it can go to 162. If it has to stay above 163, then only then other rise can come. But if it crosses 163, it will go to 192 also. So now one can buy this with a stop loss of 127, 20 points. Today market will be sideways. That is what I think, because there is good news as well as bad news, and also there has been a large trading day on previous day. Now it is making the first 15 minutes high and low. We will check it out. If it breaks this low point today, that is 747, then we will have further downside. But as long as our candles are below our yellow line, one can continue to hold the put. So, and we are also getting all red components here, and most of the shares, this is top 10 shares which has got 58% weightage on Nifty, of which based on our monitoring, only 2 is in buy mode. This is every 5 minutes it will change. So 8 shares are in negative mode, from Reliance to this thing. Only thing which is in green is State Bank of India and Kotak Bank. Rest of the heavyweight shares are in negative mode, at least for now. So as long as this is red, and we are not getting solid volume, and we are continue to make this lower candles, flat head red candles, you continue to hold the put. Just we have to be careful once Nifty comes around 735, because there it is a pivot that can definitely give a support. My suggestion is that by the time the pivot, Nifty comes here, this option will be at 160 or 162. So having entered around at 132, just exit, make that 20-25 rupees per lot. That's it, and then we will see. Again we can re-enter if it crosses. My view is Nifty will come here and take support at 733. It is making red candle after red candle only, and the price is far below our yellow line. That is a magic line. So as long as you see that it is making, it should not be making a wick here. That's the only thing. Okay. See, on the top here, it should not be making a wick. So it should be flat. As long as it makes flat red candles, you continue to hold the P. The second it makes a wick, you start trailing your stop losses. That is how this whole setup is. For those who have joined now, first time, etc., whatever doubts you have on the chart, you ask me. I will explain what is this all about, what is that we are watching. This is our standard setup. So one day you come to know, then you will know very clearly. So even you have your own views and just check the chart and take trades. Bank Nifty is still holding on green. Okay, I was on day before yesterday, just before closure, I was talking. We checked about all the bank stocks. No, most of the stocks had some upside. So I was of the opinion that Bank Nifty will continue its positive momentum, but it is struggling. It is almost coming to situation where it wants to become red. Let us see whether do not hold this put below 122. So then it will dramatically fall from 130. That is, now you can have 122 as your stop losses. As long as it keeps making, it is making a smaller candle, let us not worry about that. The whole idea is that you have a stop loss and see, as long as it makes red candles, you hold the PE, because many times we have seen, even though it makes smaller candle, the next candle will be even still further down only. If it changes and it's stop loss, yes, because this system has been successful only 75 to 80%. There are 20% of chances that the trade can be hitting stop losses. The option price is not weakened. I will keep telling you, if it weakens and then goes below any of the fast moving averages, then I will myself will tell please close. Batman, did you get the view, or you want anything more bigger explanation? Or agar aap if you want it in different language also, agar Hindi and Tamil I can give you and Telugu. These three languages I can give you, of course English. Please subscribe, share and also like. Nifty should come down here. At least once it should come down and take support at 735. Around that, this option will be at 162. So having entered around 130, you should exit there, book profit and wait. If it crosses 163 in a big fast movement, then you let it cross, then keep 162 as your stop loss. For it to go to next target, from it has to cross 164, then the next target is almost 198. That means Nifty will come and test 700. I think HDFC Bank and Reliance are the drag. Let us check option now, where the option is for today. Option change. So they started to write call 24,800 call. So the expectancy is by Tuesday, they are expecting this Nifty will not cross 24,800. That is why they have started writing call, because 24,800 call is at what rate? ₹81. So their expectancy is Nifty will not cross 24,900 whatever happens. Okay. because this call of 81 rupees will become profitable only if Nifty crosses 24,900. अगर 24,900 क्रॉस नहीं किया, जो भी कॉल राइटर अभी बैठे हुए हैं वो सब पैसे बनाएंगे. That, but there is a good amount of put rating also, but there is more call rating. No, 78 lakhs का put rating है तो 1.2 crores का call rating है. So there is support at 700. Now that is one of the main reason I said in the morning that it can be a sideways. No, it can keep moving between the 735 or maximum 708 to again to 800 today and Monday. So by that, no, option trader will have huge advantage. So our option is now crossing, trying to cross So from option trader's perspective also, this 24,900 put makes sense. Okay, so because that is where 24,800 itself there is call rating. So 24,900 will be a safer bet. So now this pivot 756 is giving a good support. So till our candle starts making a wick on the top, it is now trying to make a small wick here. So we have to wait, closely watch the next candle. Based on that we can it is making a wick. So now trail your stop losses to your cost. Okay, because now it can quickly come down to 130, 127, etc. So trail your stop losses to cost so that you won't have, because it is above 130 only. Even if it hits the stop loss, fine, so that you won't have any loss as of now, because it is making, see, that is what, the second it makes a wick here, then it will start, it is trying to make a green candle. That is the reason I said either trail or close. So now this will be the, we have to see for next another 5-10 minutes, because one is that it is all red here, but the price is price is still below our yellow line. If those who really kind of have a deep higher risk, they can continue to hold, because maximum Nifty can go down here and then may turn around also. Otherwise we can always re-enter this. So I leave it to you, the choice is yours. At this point of time, first is that to your cost you set up your stop loss, and then we will enter again if it starts resisting here. Once it starts resisting around 804, then we will see. If it starts making a red candle, we will also see where the yellow line at that point of time. But overall the system still negative, okay, because we got only 2 greens here, पूरा अभी shares red पे है, and here all our component of momentum, Akshay Patra momentum indicator is also all red. Only one is that the volume, futures volume is really positive. That means that market there is going to be a pull up. Somehow Nifty has to close above 853 either today or sometime during next week. Then only the next leg up will come. These three lines, this red, yellow and green, are going to be very difficult for Nifty to cross. See, that is what I said. Even as long as the price is below our yellow line, if it makes a flat red candle, you are very very safe. If it makes a doji kind of where you got wick on the top, wick in the bottom, and also small green candles, you have to trail your stop losses to cost or whatever risk that you have. For example, if you have taken it 130 and you are willing to take a risk of 5 points or 10 points, then you keep your stop loss at 120, because this is not very solid. No, our rest of the indicators are still telling that market is likely to come back and test here. Abhi, don't rush to buy any calls that the market is turning around, etc. Our system is still very much on the negative side only. Let we start getting green candles like this, green dots, full of green dots. So that is first everything should become green. Top line should become first green, and then all the 5 components should become green. Then only we should enter, and our price should be above our yellow line. So we will make lot of trades where we will not we can, scalpers can keep booking, but others we will wait for the proper. Then only we won't make lot of trades. We will only make the trades once the setup says yes, you can go out and buy, and then till that we will patiently wait. So this is not a channel where we will always be in the market. Market में 24/7 रहने का ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. अच्छा, you get a good trade, get in and then get out. So let me get some water, please. I'll be back in a minute. So market is yet to decide which way it wants to move, whether it wants to move up or move down. So it is going to be in these two lines only. Maximum can go to 735. That is what was my view in the morning. And it will keep coming down. You can buy, safely put here if it is below the yellow line, and then once comes somewhere here, you should close. See, again it is going to our stop loss of 122, and then again coming up, going to stop loss of 122, again coming up. That is how this option is behaving. Scalpers can really get 5 to 10 points just like that. But scalping is a different ability than trading. Extremely disciplined people only should scalp. But if it spends some time above 24,800, I won't be surprised this expiry will be around 25,000. Today it has to spend some time above 25,800, some good amount of time, and one attempt it should make on the previous day high. Then we will say yes. So there is a big upswing, and then there is a consolidation, and then the next upswing will come. So for that to happen, Nifty has to test the previous day high, that is 869 today. Let us see. Just let me take this call. So let us see at least which heavyweight is. Morning we had okay, Reliance and HDFC. Reliance has not recovered much, but HDFC from 15-16 points it is recovered. Bharti Airtel is recovered. If these three shares, which is the top one now, TCS has become a buy. That is good. So if these three becomes solid green, actually I think I have to change the order here. No, this order is as per the weightage only. Reliance, TCS, HDFC Bank, ICICI, Infi, Hindustan Unilever, ITC, SBI and Bharti Airtel. Let me check whether the weightage is perfectly correct or not. No, it is not correct. This is not in order. Actually, Reliance, HDFC Bank, Bharti Airtel, and then only TCS and ICS Bank should come. And SBI, Bajaj Finance. Okay. So I need to work on that. So I will change the order anyway. But this is the top 10. So that is not, there is no issue on that. Now Nifty is trying to cross our magic yellow line. Let us see how it sustains. Again around 800. It has to cross and sustain above that. First time we have started getting one of our component as green, and now 4 shares are at buy mode. So there is a possibility that Nifty will one more. It is making one more attempt to cross this 8 knot, this particular pivot. That is at 804. As long as it stays above this, then it will attempt to cross. Okay, that was a good green candle. Let us see where the next candle comes. If the next candle comes very cleanly above our yellow line, then what we can do is to look at 24,700 CE. It is crossing its this thing 184 now, 186. There is a possibility that it can, once it is above 210 only, it is a very good this thing. Now from 184 max it can go to 209 for scalpers. That is, for proper trading we have to wait for next flat candle. See, this 800 CE is also there, but the only problem there is the stop loss is much deeper. So let us see where the 55 candle starts. We are getting now 3 components as green, so that is a good sign. Yeah, it is making above our yellow line only. So one can attempt either 800 CE or this 24,700 CE. 24,700 CE is now at the stop loss will be 187. The stop loss will be at 172, 15 points. $187, and the stop loss will be at 173, so 15 points. Nifty seems to be making that next attempt towards that yesterday's high. If it crosses yesterday's high today, again both today and Monday will be a really strong days again, for sure. It's already at 191 now. Keep revising your stop losses based on your risk profile. So we'll see where the next candle. So now the option first it has to cross 196. If it crosses 196, okay, 197 actually, then it can go up to 210, and beyond 210 will be a blue sky area, meaning there is no technical targets for that. Anything can, it can come down in 1 point or it can go another 30-40 points. First it has to cross 197 now. So it is still at 187 only. Nifty is making clean green candles with flat bottom. So as long as there is no wick in the bottom, continue to hold your calls and set your stop losses based on your risk profile. But not like yesterday. No, yesterday after the day before yesterday, after the policy, Nifty continues to make clean green candles. Today, because given that so much of buying has taken place on Wednesday, there can be some consolidation and some profit booking. Not much movement. Slowly it is going up. Usually there will be a small drop between 10 to 10.15. Those who follow me every day, I keep telling that. The yellow line should turn up. Okay, if it turns up and then starts moving up and we start making green candles above that, then there can be a more positive momentum. See, 804 is the pivot support. And sometime during the week, if Nifty continues to its upward movement, 25,000 will become a major hurdle. Let's see whether next candle is a green candle again. Today it is going to be some green candles and red candles like that only. A pure trading of 50, 75 points in Nifty is going to be a challenge today. We'll see again. Next candle starts again, it starts to make a green candle, then it will attempt to touch 850 in next half an hour to 1 hour. But next one is again a red candle, then this 804 should hold. If 804 doesn't hold, again Nifty will come down to 756. So beware. So it is making a red candle only. If it is going to hug, so let us assume next candle goes below, and then as long as these candles are touching yellow line, stay away from trading. Then what it means is, and I can show you. What it means is that it is, see, for example, once it is keep touching like here, so it will be only sideways from here to here, almost 1 hour it simply was in sideways. So as long if it keep stays away from yellow line, then that is trending. So for example, here if you see again here, this entire section it was touching, okay na. So from here, once it starts touching and continuously making candles while it is touching, it will be only a sideways movement. So now next candle will say know whether Nifty wants to go down or wants to be in sideways. But one good thing is now a lot of things trying to turn green. Let us see. It should continue to stay above 800 only today. I think today maybe it is after 10:15 I will draw my rectangles which usually stays put for quite some time. So there can be one maximum move towards this or one maximum move towards this. Okay, this or this. So both can happen during the day, because today is the first day of option writing. So they have to attract both put buyers as well as call buyers. Once they show some 20-30 points drop, there will be a lot of people immediately will turn and say, okay, market is going to fall, and they will start buying put. And once they take it up here, many will think breakout is coming. No, in the hope of breakout, they will start buying call. Okay, today being Friday, do not carry forward any call or put. Basically, that is not advisable. Reason being, there will be a theta decay for 2 days, which will eat away your premium, irrespective whether Nifty moves in your favor or moves against your position. Okay, it is making a red candle after red candle now, flat head red candle. So today I would strongly suggest only scalping. Now this is touching and maintaining here. It is not a clean candle below, so it is going to be a sideways, like I said in the morning. and there can be sudden couple of candles on green side, couple of candles on red side. Okay, there will be some sudden move up and sudden move down. See, here also we are getting combination of green and red here, and we are also getting combination of green and red, especially in the price range. So just stay put, wait for some clean trades, then we will see. Now one can enter into put with, if Nifty crosses 804 again, then we have to close. Today it is better to have instead of option price as your stop loss, you should have Nifty price as the stop loss. But wait for Nifty to go below 780. But again, I'm telling you, maximum it can come down here. There will be only a 15 to 10 points maximum up and down of as you enter. So for example, if you enter now 24,800 put, 700 put, 133, okay, you just wait to watch. Maximum once it comes here, it will be 145, 150, that's all. That's the range you will get in a sideways market. First day options will move much slower and lesser than Nifty movement. And one small green candle, immediately this will come back to 133, where we are saying okay, you can enter. Because 10-15 points in one candle has become normal nowadays. Unless it is trend, you can't. Even scalping has become a very big challenge. I do watch some other scalpers channels also. There are videos that get posted. You can see probably last 1 month such scalpers video also. They will also say it is becoming extremely tough. Nifty will try to stay above 800, that is bulls. The bears will try to make it below 800. So that tug of war is going on, and price is always touching our yellow line, which is not a good sign for any trend. So you should not enter. That is normal trading now. Scalpers can, of course, 10-15 points Nifty moves, they will take 4 rupees, 5 rupees, 6 rupees. They will trail and take. Even now this candle also, Nifty price is in touch with our magic line. Do nothing, wait. So now it's still hugging our yellow line, magic line. So do not enter into any trade as of now. Market will be in sideways move as long as this candle hugs our yellow magic line. Also, we are getting both green and red combinations here. While we are getting a red candle, we are getting a positive volume. Here we are getting a lot of reds, but here we are getting now and then greens. So just wait. Now this is making a clean candle below our yellow line. Wait for the next candle. But again I repeat, today the market movement will be only maximum from here to here. That is to 24,750. Morning it tried to break this level at least for almost an hour. It couldn't do it. This candle, either this candle, none of this candle could go below 24,754. So even now you will have only 20-30 points, meaning that scalper जल्दी से 10 पॉइंट मिला, 5 पॉइंट 8 पॉइंट्स मिला with volume. That is only thing. So today it has to go below this if it has to trend. Even if it goes below this line, maximum there will be a solid support here at 736. And we also checked the option rating, 24,800 and 24,700. 800 call rating heavily is there, and 24,700 put rating is heavily there. So market will be try to be will keep somewhere in between this range only for today, at least as of now. That is what the indications are. So दो कैंडल नीचे जाएगा, दो कैंडल ऊपर जाएगा येलो लाइन की, what is that you will get? From here maximum it went up to this. Okay, so from here, for example, from 801 it went to max to 840, and then from here it will come, but our option prices will not move so much. Kyunki even if you take at the money, in the money, today being the first day of option writing, the price, there will be too much of premium that has to be negated. So 10 पॉइंट ऊपर जाएगा, 12 पॉइंट मैक्सिमम ऊपर जाएगा, नीचे जाएगा. That's all. You may not have too much losses also. That is one way good, because it won't fluctuate heavily. Let us check. For example, today the 700 PE, it started off at 700 CE 174. Okay, from 170 or 174 it started. It went down up to 150, and then it went up to 192, now 195. That's all. Again now it is at 170, 160, 170, 163 now. So up 15 rupiah, down 15 rupiah, and it will be very difficult to catch. Option price में तो ऊपर नीचे पकड़ नहीं सकते. See, now it is not leaving our yellow line at all. As long as it is touching our yellow line, the candle, it will be a sideways market. Do not trade anything, just sit and watch. Do some other analysis. Please subscribe, share and like. We may not get a very, very clean trade today. That is how the situation seems to be. It is only scalpers paradise today. See, few minutes back everything was red here. Now suddenly you start getting greens. Once the market goes here, you will find everything again becoming red. If you got any other doubts of etc. about this chart, because we are not using normal candles, we are using Ekinashi candle, we have our own momentum meter, and also we have our own shares value monitoring. So
Sansar, a D-Deco brand. Live consciously.
This is Network 18, and you're watching CNBC TV 18.
The market moves. We don't jump. From the boardroom to the trading floor. We track what's driving business and impacting investor sentiment.
With insight that empowers and guidance that builds wealth.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central for your daily source of market intelligence and wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
Ooh. Eight eight three seven two two. పండు ఇప్పుడు మనం ఒకే మాట వెనస్డేనే పొడుస్తాం కదా ట్యూస్డే వచ్చేసి నాకు మనకు మంచిది పాస్పోర్ట్ వ్యాలిడ్ పాస్పోర్ట్ వచ్చి వెయిట్ చేసేసాక లేదు పాస్పోర్ట్ ఏదైనా ప్రాబ్లం అయింది అంటే అప్పుడు అక్కడ మన మ్యాచింగ్ ఏదో చెప్పాలనుకుంటుంది ఇది పేరు ఏం డిసైడ్ చేసేవా ఏంది ఉంటారు జయంతి బుల్గా కానా నేను ఏదైనా పుట్టిస్తా అనుకున్నా வந்தான்னா அவன் வந்து ஒன்று ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணணும்மா அன்னைக்கு இது வச்சிருந்தாரு சரி இது வேற காవాలి கீசர்
నెక్స్ట్ థర్స్డే డెలివరీ అప్పుడు కాదు
அது பிறக்கலாம்பா.
Right, cross-border remittance, around the world is a very clunky, it's a very expensive business, and it's not terribly efficient. You have a lot of costs in transfer of currencies, and money kind of gets caught up in transfer in ways that is not used for that capital. Stable coins allow counterparties to exchange monetary value at very low cost and almost instantaneously. And so I think that you're seeing the growth of stable coins, and you're now seeing certain companies like Stripe and Visa, all around the world. Monetary value, fiat or otherwise, around the world is changing very fast, and the people who adopt more quickly to this opportunity, I think, are going to be the winners.
All right, so it's going to be about cross-border remittances and, as you said, stable coins and even institutional adoption, two things to watch out for in the years to come. But thank you so much for joining in, and with that, that's all the time that we have on this segment. But let's shift into a short break. When we come back, we'll talk more about markets and stock specifics on the other side.
CNBC TV 18 presents Crypto Corner, powered by Coin DCX.
Several items.
Look around you, different things born out of truth and passion. Business software, it's our craft, our identity. Thoughtfully engineered, passionately designed to help you transform your business. Zoho, made in India, made for the world.
Welcome back. Looking in the week on the high is the Nifty. L&T has won some orders in the range of 5,000 to 10,000 crores. The stock doing fairly okay for itself. But Jay Thakkar from ICICI Securities joins in for a quick chart check. Jay, fair to say that 24,600 to 24,500 has now become a very firm base for the index, and your specific stock recommendations for the morning.
Yes, 24,600 now seems to be a good short-term support. Almost after almost 8 days of continuous or consecutive fall, is what we are seeing a bounce back. And generally, we have seen in past 1.5 years is that whenever market has fallen by, consecutive 6 to 8 trading sessions, we generally see, 3 to 4 days kind of a bounce back, which is around, 2 to 3%. And, from 24,600, considering that, I think that on the upside, we can see the levels of 25,000 to 25,100. That would be also a meaningful retracement of the overall fall which we have seen. So short-term range for Nifty definitely because of which would be 24,600 to 25,100. It is almost reverse from the lower end of the range. So I think at these levels one can go long on Nifty, targeting 25,100 with a stop loss of 24,600. Stock specifically, I think that couple of sectors like auto, metals, OMCs. And PSU banks. I mean, these are the few sectors which are relatively strong as compared to most of the other sectors in the market right now. Hence, I have buy recommendations from these four sectors. So the first buy recommendation is on SBI. I mean, it's trading around the levels of 867 after a long consolidation breakout. I think this stock can be bought for the target of 900 to 925, and one can place a stop loss below 848. So there's a good risk reward out here. And the second buy recommendation, Homers, will be on JSW Steel from the metal pack. I think it has been a very good record from 1100 to 900 range. On the upside, we have seen a good or significant long build-up out here as well. Good momentum crossover as well. So one can target around 1250 to 1300 positionally. One can go long on this, placing a stop loss below 1100.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us with those levels to watch out for. And individual names as well. For the market, there's some recovery from the lows on the Nifty. It's down 20 points. When we started the show, it was down around 50. The SAR itself, we've seen some gains come back for Hero MotoCorp. So the auto pack is contributing to the recovery that we're seeing from the lows as well. So there's Hero MotoCorp, Bajaj Auto, Eicher Motors. That's also recovered from lows. The other names which are trending well from the broader markets. JK Paper, that is one stock which is up around 9%, 10.5% actually there. Nelco is the other one doing really well. Tanla Platforms is up 4.5%. We have Praj Industries which is seeing some gains as well, 4.5% there. So a lot of stocks which are on our radar. We'll keep tracking all that for you. But for now, we'll do one thing. We'll slip into a short break. When we come, okay, all right. We'll not do that. We'll actually go across to Mangalam. He's joining us with all the trends from the F&O space this morning. Mangalam.
Well, it's not looking particularly bad. After a big rally that we saw on Wednesday and a break that we had yesterday, it was expected to see some sort of profit booking in today's trading session, but that's actually now, coming up. So we're seeing the frontline indices move higher from the lows. The mid-caps have been doing well. The banks, which actually led the rally on Wednesday, are already outperforming. If you look at some of the intraday charts today, that tells you that the mood on the consumption side of things is definitely fairly better. So we have Hero MotoCorp, which opened slightly lower, but good sales numbers coming in. The stock has moved higher. We have Eternal, which is doing well. Typically ahead of the festive season, these e-commerce, quick commerce stocks do well. We have Britannia, which too has moved to the high point of trade, and V-Mart Retail on the back of strong update, up nearly 11%. The other pack which is doing well, the metals pack. So we have Tata Steel, Hindalco, Nalco, Hinzing, all of them are buzz in today's trading session. So do not look at just the frontline index which is consolidating after a big run. Let's look at some of these individual names which are telling you that maybe the market is poised for better levels from here on. Though in terms of a very near-term range, the active Nifty options at around the 24,800 mark is where both the call and the put writers have created a bit of a fulcrum. The combined premium on the 24,800 call and the 24,800 put is close to 150 rupees. So in the very near term, maybe the street believes that the range could be 24,650 to around 24,950 on the way up. And understandably so, because the Nifty is very close to its 50-day moving average. For it to cross it and stay above is something that we'll watch out for. And on the way up, we have the 100-day moving average as well. The Nifty Bank, which conquered its 50-day moving average on Wednesday, now has to go ahead and conquer the 100-day moving average. So from a technical standpoint, those are important levels to watch out for too. Broader markets, that's where a lot of the action is. Two stocks have already entered the F&O band, even as we're on day 2 of October series. And now as we look at it, HFCL, Vodafone Idea and Bandhan Bank, all of them very close to the threshold beyond which they will enter the F&O ban. So these are a couple of stocks I'll be watching out for. In particular, Vodafone Idea, because October 6th is where we have the hearing with regards to AGR relief. It's an F&O stock, so a lot of action building up ahead of that.
Mark that on your calendar, 6th of October. Thank you very much for that, Mangalam. Get into a break. On the other side, we'll put the spotlight on Sammaan Capital in our special segment, The Big Story.
Look around you.
Welcome back. Let's now put the spotlight on the cement sector as we enter into the Q3 quarter. Let's find out how Q2 has been. Pulkit Patni, who is the India Industrials Analyst at Goldman Sachs, is now joining in. Pulkit, morning. This is Rima here. First, just tell us how Q2 has panned out, because we were just reading your report and you highlight that volumes were weak, but pricing has been resilient. So take us through the key numbers for the industry in Q2.
Sure. Thank you for having me. In the report, what we've highlighted is that the second quarter was a muted quarter in terms of demand at about 4% for the industry. And if we look at both Q1 and Q2 added together, we're still at about 4 odd percent. But from a pricing perspective, where we were positively surprised is that the price increases that were taken in the month of April have almost continued through. Yes, the typical correction that we see in monsoon has come through, but net-net we are still in a pretty good position when it comes to the pricing overall. Now, this is what is actually driving us from a relatively more cautious view on cement over the last few months. We've become incrementally more tactically positive in the sector because as we get into the second half, we think demand is going to pick up, even though we may be in a relatively softer pricing environment after what we've seen in the first half.
Okay. So can you explain what is making the prices resilient despite a tepid demand of just 4% in Q1 and Q2? I mean, what explains that? What does it mean in terms of the EBITDA per ton that we should expect in Q2? Because Q1 was also pretty strong, led by the price increase. So what would the number look like in Q2? And though you've turned incrementally a little more bullish now on the sector, you have only one buy idea, and that's Ultratech Cement.
Sure, absolutely. So let's look at what's happening in the cement sector. This is a sector that's going through significant consolidation. That consolidation has had its impact on pricing. If you look at the last year, we did not see any major price increases. As we got into this year where demand was relatively weak, the industry could take price increases. And that is typically what happens during a period of consolidation, that price control becomes a lot better for the larger players. Now, let's look at the second half of this year. Demand should get better. Reservoir levels are at its peak. Typically, there is a pent-up demand period that happens after monsoon. And then this year, November, December are going to be clean months from a festive perspective. So that is why we are feeling confident that in the second half, demand actually should come through. And that itself is a reason that we think tactically things should be better. Now, from a industry perspective, valuations in this sector are still fairly rich, and that's why we have to look at stocks specifically. But from an industry perspective, we do think that second half looks a lot better.
Pulkit, you said you are positively surprised by the pricing resilience despite the weak demand that we have seen. Is that price resilience in anticipation of the uptick or the potential uptick in demand that you are anticipating in the second half of the year? And if that does happen, does that price resilience percolate into further price increases going forward?
So when you talk about prices in particular, as I said, that the first quarter price increases were stronger. In the third quarter, where we are sitting today, we don't expect any meaningful price increases. And that is driven by the fact that there is also a lot of capacity that this industry continues to add. Where we expect price increases further to happen in the cement sector is next year. So you can look at calendar 26, which is fiscal 27, where we think price increases will come back in the sector. Also, keep in context one important point, that we have been through a 6 to 7% price increase in the first quarter. And even if for the rest of the year we don't see much price action, I think that's good enough for the sector from a profitability perspective. What we are looking at the sector from a profitability standpoint is about 200 rupees per ton of improvement into the next 2 years from the base of FY25. And if you were to talk about the quarter in specific, which is basically a quarter impacted by monsoon, we are looking at a sequential decline of 200 rupees per ton, which is not something that should come as a surprise to anyone.
Okay. Pulkit, we spoke about pricing, we spoke about volumes, valuations as well. Any other aspect or fundamental that an investor should look at before looking at this particular sector, widely tracked, but other than these metrics, what can one look at to understand what the future holds in terms of the space?
Sure. I think if you look at consolidation as a theme, right, while obviously every sector is different, look at paints, look at aviation, the industry leader in most of these sectors have more than 50% market share. Now, we are not saying that will happen for cement, but for the larger players, we think there's more room for them to consolidate market share, and that's a theme that is going to work through the next couple of years in the sector. I think what we have to also keep in mind, which is very, very specific to the larger players, that we are seeing that the focus on cost for the larger players is only increasing. And so what you're going to see over the next couple of years is that on the cost front, the larger players will completely price out the smaller players, which will further drive industry consolidation. So answering one of the questions previously on valuation, that while the sector is seeing a rich valuation in certain pockets, what is important is that there's a clear dispersion that the market is seeing, where large consolidators are seeing higher valuation, and we see no reason why that changes. And companies with relatively slow growth are trading at much, much lower valuation, and that's a dispersion we expect will continue.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for joining us today with your thoughts and outlook on the cement space. That's the word coming in from Goldman Sachs. Time for a short break now. We'll get to more on the markets on the other side.
I choose a world where we dream. Remember, the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a tea decor brand. Live consciously.
Friday afternoon, no real worries for the market, largely because we've seen a big move on Wednesday. Yesterday was a holiday, and 2 days from here on are holidays as well. So as we move to the next week and the meteor part of the October series, where you have a lot more second quarter updates and numbers coming in, the street is, flitting between red and green for the frontline index, but not for the broader markets as much. We're seeing a bigger move out there. We have nearly 1,700 stocks which are advancing, for about 1,000 which are declining. And today, the music that the market playing is heavy metal, for sure. We have Tata Steel, which is higher, Hindalco is higher, JSW Steel, in fact, metals index comes up with that one too is actually higher. So a lot happening beneath the surface, even on the surface seems calm and consolidated.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Ekta Mambira with you all, and rounded up the market pretty well. You've got the usual rumors and news that are buzzing around. So a lot of moves coming in from the broader end of the market, logistics, GE shipping, MFTC, some of these broader ends which are buzzing in trade. But apart from that, we're going to be shifting focus. Yes, absolutely. But before that, just want to point out or just want to extend the point that Mangala did bring up with regards to the broader markets. We just want to point out that on a week-to-date basis as well, the outperformance for the mid caps as well as the small caps is quite distinct as compared to the Nifty. As of now, let's see what happens, but you can pretty much take this as larger piece that Nifty is just about higher by around 1.7% on a week-to-date basis. We have the mid cap index which is okay around 1.56%. The Nifty index 50 is up around 1.4% this week, and the BSE small cap index is up around 0.6%. So there's been a clear outperformance for the broader market stocks as compared to the Nifty. But nonetheless, let's get talking about one specific company. Let's kick off the show with that. Indegene is the one that we're talking about. It's set to acquire Biofarm for around $106 million. Joining in now, we have Manish Gupta, co-founder and CEO of the company. Our discussion is going to be focused on these three main points. First is the Biofarm acquisition, what synergies they see, the business impact amid tariff news with regards to what's taking place in the US, and obviously the deal wins and the outlook for the company in FY26. Manish, hi, thank you very much for joining in. But I want to start with this Biofarm acquisition. Just give us a sense in terms of, let's start with the revenues because it was $38 million it was $40 million in 2022, and just in the previous year it was around $38 million. So it's been a little jagged in terms of the revenue for this particular company. So tell us why is that? Why were the revenues a little jagged, and what does this particular acquisition bring to the table? Is it EPS equity?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this show, Ekta. Before I get into some of this jagged part of it, let me explain where this acquisition fits in with the broader industry trends which are playing out. Life science industry is a pretty large industry. You're aware of that. It's around $2 trillion in size, around $10 billion market cap, and of course a very super important market and industry. This industry also spends around 18% of the $2 billion revenue on sales and marketing approximately, which is, as you can imagine, the largest spend. This 18% spend of $60 billion is going through some fundamental restructuring over the last 15 years. A market or a model which was primarily feet on the ground, sales rep driven, right, that which was the largest expense, has been shifting towards non-personal promotion, which means companies are spending more and more on digital outreach to physicians, right? And that's been a big trend. More and more dollars shifting towards digital outreach. Within digital outreach, much more being spent on centralization, data, right, and much more hyper-targeted physician focus on the sales and marketing side. Now, that's the space which Indegene has been operating in. 70% of our revenues come from that space. Biofarm has been a market leader in that whole space of hyper-localized, hyper-targeted physician outreach in the United States. Right? With some of the assets we have as Indegene, we have a broad project research, which is a data asset, around 2 million physicians provide for their digital propensities. Biofarm extends that data capability of ours. Now we'll have more than 3 million physicians provide for their digital propensity. We also go out to and have data on very specialized areas like oncology, rare diseases, ophthalmology. So those data sets expand very significantly. Even from a channel outreach perspective, the channels which we were as
accretive?
It is
What
going
are
to
the
be EPS
margins?
accretive. It is going to be EPS accretive right from day one. This business also we believe is going to grow in 25 and 26, given that once with the synergies we bring as Indegene, the market presence we bring, that's also going to be expanding.
And what would the blended margins look like, considering that your current consolidated margins are 20%? You haven't reported margins for this particular company, so just give us a sense in terms of what the blended.
So we believe that call it in the next 4 to 6 quarters, right? We will be making some investments. So the margins in the short term might be slightly lower than our average company margins, but in the 4 to 6 quarter, the margins should be equal to Indegene's margins, or even have a potential to be slightly higher.
Right. Okay, so you're expecting higher margins, maybe slightly higher after those investment cycle is over for you. But what about overall? Now, how much will be the cash on books for you that will be left after this acquisition? Because you already have made a lot of acquisitions till date, right? Almost 13, 14 acquisitions that are done. So then any more acquisitions in the pipeline, or right now you'll be focusing on growing these ones?
So we have first of all, let me answer the cash and cover question. We had approximately $200 million on our books before this acquisition. What we are paying out right now upfront is only $65 million, right? And another 6 months later, we have another payout coming. But Indegene also is a profitable company generating cash, right? So we still have a lot of cash on books. As far as the acquisition pipeline is concerned, we have a full-fledged corporate development team, and I would say still a very strong pipeline of future candidates for acquisitions. Of course, we are a very disciplined buyer, and we will only buy once we see the synergy, the strategic fit, and the right price. We're going to be open to acquisitions.
All right, you're going to be open to acquisition. This time around, X of acquisitions, if you could give us a sense on how the quarter has been for you, very close to your results, so not asking for specifics. And for the end of this year, what are your targets if you could reiterate them? And are there any macro headwinds that you see to those targets because of the current happenings around the world when it comes to pharma, tariff, and all that uncertainty that is playing out?
Sure. So we are in a quiet period, so I'm not going to talk about the quarter, but I can talk to you about the fact is that we feel good about where we are as a company and the industry value. Industry, in spite of pharma industry, life science industry, in spite of all the tariff headwinds and all you see, is going through a period where they are taking the next steps to evolve, right? Adopting digital AI in a significant way. That biotech, again, as a sector has been, I would say, coming back, right, after a dull period for some time. So the tailwinds, we have enough tailwinds, which we believe are going to drive growth and market share for us over the next few quarters.
Just quickly before we let you go, because of this uncertainty with regards to the pharma tariffs, the Pfizer deal being struck with the Trump administration, there's a lot of uncertainty. Is that delaying decisions by your clients?
Not really, not really. In fact, because there are two things happening in this industry. One is that there is actually a very significant number of products that are going to go off patent over the next 4 or 5 years, right? Probably adding up to $180 billion. But this industry has also never been, the pipeline has never been so strong. So the number of products that are slated to be launched over the next 3-4 years is very high, right? So that's the key thing the industry is focusing on.
Sure. Mr. Gupta, just quickly, because 64% of your revenue is from these top pharma companies, right? So that is all fine. There is no problem on that front. And that's still stable. There's no concerns because of the tariff.
Stable and growing.
Okay, all right, Manish, we're going to let you go on that note, and we're probably going to discuss more numbers once your Q2 numbers do come out. Thanks very much for joining in and speaking with us. So that is Indegene. The stock is up around 0.6%. They've announced a $100 million acquisition, which they're saying will be EPS accretive immediately. We'll take a short break, but a reminder for our viewers, unlock a world of exclusivity, expertise, and influence. Become a member of CNBC TV 18 Access, our premium members-only experience on CNBCTV18.com. The membership includes access to CNBC TV 18 flagship events, interactions with our journalists, along with curated studio tours, e-learning sessions, and masterclasses at curated lifestyle events.
In fact, Yash joins in to tell us that life insurance companies have actually cut commission on first premium and renewals. What does this mean for PB Fintech? Yash will join in with the details. Yash. Well, just about a couple of days ago, we had reported that different health insurance companies have cut the commissions by an entire 18%, which they pay to the distributors, like web aggregators, being PB Fintech, banks, agents, so on and so forth. Now, what we've been given to understand from our sources is that life insurance companies have also taken the decision and passed on that entire cost, that is a cut in commission as well as rewards, which they pay to various distributors, as I said, which include web aggregators like PB Fintech, banks, digital agents, as well as brokers. What we've been given to understand from our sources is that this cut in commission, which is of about 18%, has come both on first year premium as well as renewal of policies. This cut in commission, which is paid to distributors, is effective 1st of October, which means it's already in place. And as far as products are concerned, it's come across the board on term policies, on savings policies, on unit policies, as well as on annuities. This cut in commission has been passed on by the life insurance companies to various distributors. Now, letters which intimate this particular cut in commission has been passed on to various sections of distributors. Also, as far as the impact on life insurance companies is concerned, there was some serious concern that this could increase the cost for life insurance companies, impacting their value of new business, impacting their margins as well as their embedded value. We've spoken to analysts, and analysts suggest that this move on passing on that cut in commission to distributors would negate that entire negative impact, which means that entire negative impact which life insurance companies get to receive on their EV, on their VNB as well as margins would get negated, would get removed, and it would become neutral. But on the other hand, again, we've spoken to a few analysts, and the impact that seems to be arising because of these cuts on PB Fintech seems to be quite large. According to analysts, 15 to 18% of a negative impact could come on the revenue for PB Fintech. 25 to 30% of impact could come as far as EBITDA for PB Fintech is concerned, and 30 to 35% of the impact could come as far as EPS for PB Fintech is concerned.
Okay, Yash, thank you so much for that important update that is coming in. And September first is what we're checking it out on. Now on to our movers and shakers segment, where we track more roller stocks that are on the move. Now first up, let's talk about Saman Capital and the reason for the move in today's trading session. Gaurav is joining us with us. What do you think?
Yes, when we look at Salman Capital, now IHC is going to acquire a majority stake of around 21.2% in Salman Capital. They have entered into a definitive agreement with the company. With this, they will be investing 8,850 crores in the company. Remember, this will be an entry point for IHC in Indian financial segment, and at the same time, this is also the largest ever primary capital increase by investor in an NBFC in India. When we look at the deal, let's see how they're going to go about it. Board has now approved the preference issue of 33 shares, the 33 crore equity shares, which will be valued at around 4,587 crores, 31 crore warrants, which will be valued at 4,462 crores. And apart from that, this will also trigger an open offer, and for that, 34 crore more shares could be floated for a valuation of around 4,730 crores. Remember, the entire deal is going to happen at 139 rupees per share, and extraordinary general meeting. Now, that will also happen on 29th of October, where they will seek shareholders' approval for preference issue and also for amendment of AOL. When we look at the overall news flow, it is actually positive for Salman Capital. In fact, management also said that it will provide long-term capital, it will improve credit rating, and at the same time, it will also strengthen the governance support for the company. Remember, for the last few years, we have seen Salman Capital getting below 1 times to go after the IMF's crisis. So definitely, it is going to be a positive news flow for them. At the same time, now JP Morgan, they are also a little bullish on the company. What they're saying is that RBI approval is a key thing to watch out for, and they're also expecting 6 to 9 months for the entire transaction to get completed. We earlier spoke to the management. They sounded optimistic. They said that by FY30, ROE is going to reach over 3%. So definitely a positive news flow for the company. As of now, we are seeing some kind of profit booking because over the last 5 days, we have seen the stock has moved up almost by 20%. But definitely, we will be watching out on this stock from here on.
Gaurav, thanks very much for that. So that's a big key focus. In fact, we did speak to Gagan Banga, who is the CEO at Saman Capital. Listen, excerpts from that conversation.
We were already very well capitalized at a capital
ownership requirement, this was a reinvention requirement, and to be able to fit that four pieces of debt on this one piece of equity. That four piece of debt in our current structure would have costed us 150, 170 basis points more than what it would prospectively be. My estimation is that 12 months from now or 18 months from now, 6 months after the approval, we should be 170 basis points. We've given a very clear guidance in terms of how much the collections work out. So this year we are looking at 10,000 crores of cash collections. I see no reason why this financial year we should not do at least that much. With such strong parentage, the message which goes out to borrowers also is that these are not guys who now want to be pushed into a corner.
Okay, so that's the big stock in focus, but other stocks in focus include V-Mart. Mangalam, you're looking at that. Tell us.
Yes, a good update is what has come. The street was expecting good performance in the second half of this year. They wanted it in the second quarter already with more triggers for the second half, which has the street excited, which is why the stock is up nearly 7.5% in an otherwise rocky consolidatory market as well. Volume growth, 22% sales growth, 397 crores, and it's been led by same-store sales growth, which has come in at 11%. At the same time, last quarter they did just about 1%. So on the back of 1% growth in the first quarter, 11% growth is a big jump in the street next that, which implies that there will be margin expansion that are well. They opened 25 new stores, so total store addition this year so far has been 38 as well, which is pretty much in track, if not ahead of their annual guidance of 60-65 stores being added. So all these work well for them with the near trigger where the company had told us very recently that they should touch 20% growth in the festive season. They've already done that in the second quarter, and there won't be an incremental 5-7% growth with GST. There is that incremental trigger for the Bihar election towards the end of this year as well, which typically increases their revenues post-election outcome, as a result of which the stock is very well then. But a bunch of stocks, they are moving around in trade today, and Vivek has actually curated that list and is telling us he's by the ball with that big list of stocks which are.
Well, thank you so much for that. Four of the stocks on the radar, a few that we already touched upon. But have a look at the metal pack. This particular pack open flattish, but post which it's seen consistent buy. Have a look at Tata Steel, Nalco. Most of these names doing very well in the session. Vedanta too, up 4.2% in the session. Another stock from the broad end of the market is Tejas Logistics, up almost 11%, strong volume to the top 5,500 K that day. And solar industry, China Goldman Sachs has come out with detail notes on most of the defense names. Solar industry amongst the top buys. Stock has over 3%. JK Paper again, after a while, this particular stock, very good volume today. It's up close to 10%. And Network Technology, the stellar rally on this particular name continues. Again, compressed to COE time to this particular name. On the other hand, if you see just the Saman Capital profit booking seen on this particular name, Max Healthcare, again, this particular stock seeing significant selling pressure on the top lineup as far as F&O space is concerned. Sun TV, remember, 2-day rally, we saw value unlocking as far as the IPL franchise sale was concerned. But today has closed off significantly post the rally. And Cholafin, again, one of the few NBFC stocks today under a bit of pressure among the top lineup for a now.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Keep an eye on all those names over there. But Tata is in the last 20 or 30 years, keep an eye on that one. But on that, I will move to a very short break. We'll get you more on the market. But let's now talk about the F&O space. We have Mandran, who's by the F&O desk, CNBC TV 18 F&O desk, and who's here to tell us what he's tracking today.
A couple of things that stand out in the F&O desk. The good part is that even as there is consolidation for the frontline index, the broader markets are doing well, and it's being led by the Nifty Bank, which already led the rally on Wednesday's trading session as well. So those two indices doing well. Nifty consolidating, no real worries. The other thing that we're watching out for, a couple of these consumption-related stocks, which will typically do well in this quarter. So Hero MotoCorp has recovered a sharp bit from the lows. Eternal has recovered from the lows, though marginally being led right now. We've seen some traction build up in names like V-Mart Retail and the others as well. So Britannia, for instance, has been fairly well in today's trading session, up about that 6,000 mark. The other thing that is doing well, all the metal stocks, they are fairly well bid. So those two parts of the market are doing extremely well, along with the banks and the mid-cap end of things. So with consolidation, the street is betting for some sort of move coming by when you look at the range on the Nifty. 24,800, because we have come back from a holiday and going into a two-day weekend as well. Seems like a bit of a range that the street is betting on. 24,800 call premium of 100 rupees. 24,800 put comes up with a premium of 60 rupees. So 150 rupees on either side of 24,800 is the broad range that these writers are working with, which basically means that we're looking at 24,650 at the lower level for support, and on the way up 24,950. And remember, 24,950 is an important technical level also for Nifty, where the 100-day moving average comes in. We're very close to the 50-day moving average. The Nifty back to 100 points from here on is the 100-day moving average. It conquered the 50-day moving average on Wednesday's trading session, so that's the broad range that the street could be looking at for the Nifty back. Were it to cross the 100-day moving average on the way up, that would lead to a lower chart for further short term. But a lot of individual stocks which will be on our radar, because it's the third day of the October series, or rather the second day of the October series, and we already have two stocks in F&O Bank. HFCL, Vodafone Idea, and Bandhan Bank, all of them are very close to the threshold beyond which they go to F&O Bank. So they continue to be, when peak open interest so high that the stocks may enter F&O Bank Monday. They have 5 stocks.
Okay, Rajesh Bhatia, head of Axis Securities, to talk to us about this latest strategies. Rajesh, afternoon. In terms of levels, we should keep an eye out for the Nifty as well as the Nifty Bank. What are your daily bets today keeping an eye out as well?
Good afternoon. So, looking at the behavior of Nifty, the major correlating activity has been witnessed in 24,800, 24,900 strike. So, these levels are likely to act as a immediate supply zone for the Nifty. Though traders are also, adding the position at 24,800. So, I think 24,800 is the pivot level or tug of war is between bulls and bear at this juncture. Any breakout above 24,850 could trigger some short covering action, maybe some upward momentum towards 24,900, 950 we could see in the near-term perspective. So at this juncture, till Nifty is holding above 24,750, I think one should remain on the long side of trade, as some of the sectors are been showing a sign of strength, and I think we may see continuity of uptrend in the near term. Though Bank Nifty is looking more promising compared to the Nifty, as Bank Nifty is comfortably trading about a 20-day, 50-day moving average, and here we have already seen some short covering action has been already triggered in the previous trading session. So Bank Nifty is looking more promising at this juncture, and I think any breakout above 55,650 could initiate more, short covering, and then possible really can extend towards 55,850, 56,000 in the continuation of this up move. And I think in the banking basket, most of the PSU banks are showing sign of strength. So we could see, traction to continue on the buying side for all banking stocks. So here also we are holding bullish with stop loss of 55,300 for Bank Nifty also.
Specific stocks?
So metal and banking basket is looking attractive. So from metal space, National Aluminum managed to break out of last three consolidation range, and looking at this breakout, we believe that National Aluminum can extend its gain to 230 to 234 would be the next target. On the downside, 218 needs to keep as a stop loss. From banking basket, Bank of India is looking promising. Stock is forming a rounding bottom sort of formation on daily chart, and looking at the strength on the near-term chart, we believe that this stock has potential to extend its gain. 132 to 134 would be the near-term target. On the downside, one needs to keep stop loss towards 123.
Okay. Rajesh, we have checked the charts on the Aegis Logistics. By chance, you can tell us what are you watching out for, because today that's buzzing again and it's seen good volumes as well.
Yeah, definitely. So on the weekly chart now, the stock is negotiating with its multiple supply zone, which is placed at around 915. So any breakout above 915 can take this stock further higher, and maybe possible target towards 960 we could see in the near-term perspective. So the overall structure for a stock is on the bullish side. So those who are already in the long side of trade can hold the position with the stop loss of 865. Maybe we could see a breakout of 915 in the next couple of days, and then really can extend to 960.
Okay. All right. We're going to let you go on that note. Thanks very much, Rajesh, for joining in and taking us through all of those strategies and technical calls. But for the markets, the Nifty is just about consolidating with a little bit of a negative bias. Just want to point out that it is a lot about the metal stocks today. So we have Tata Steel, which is your top gainer on the Nifty. It's up around 3.8%. Following that is Hindalco, which is up around 2.5%. Banks are not doing too badly either. So the index itself, the Bank Nifty index, is up around 0.3%. And we have stocks such as Kotak, Axis, SBI, Indicin, all of these stocks up anywhere between 0.5% to more than a percent at this point. But let's go across to Manisha now to take us through what she's tracking in the commodity space. Manisha, over to you.
Thank you for that, Ekta. Well, I have with me Ajay Kedia, he's director at Kedia Commodities, joining in me to talk about all things metals, and that really seems to be a space which seems to be buzzing today. Ajay, hi, thank you so much for your time. First of all, on metals itself, and we've seen copper on MCX do an all-time highs. I was reading your report earlier, which is mentioning that from energy to precious metals, and now the focus seems to be on metals. How are you reading this space right now, and what would you want to pick up in metals?
Very good afternoon, Michael. Definitely, I think this next upcoming rally would be from the metal side, as we have mentioned, that after any complex situation, we generally see the movement of commodity cycles start from the really new basket, that is crude and natural gas. We have seen already the rally has been seen. Precious metal is still going on, but I think rally is expected in metal, and already we have seen on MCX copper has touched the previous high and made a new high of 974. Zinc is also closer to 300. So I think this is just the initiation of new rally in metal.
From here on, Ajay, as the rally begins, what is your sense the next couple of years? What kind of gains in sense of percentages, approximately even, that we could be looking at in metals?
See, whenever this type of rally starts, generally making a bigger projection is directly dicey because right now nothing has been supportive for, we can say, for industrial activity. We have seen manufacturing numbers are staying from China is below 50, construction have been there, concerns in US economy has been there. But I think as funds and capex are started moving towards metal, a base minimum rally of almost 20-22% is expected on this metal, particularly as we see copper as a indicator of all industry. So I am very much bullish on copper right now. It's around 10,500 somewhat on LME. Maybe another, maybe we can see the level like 11,500 to 12,000 on the domestic side with the rupee improving from slightly weaker, let's say. So we can see a level like let's say 1100, 1150 in the next 1 year period. But definitely I would be, if I want to choose the metal from here, so my first preference would be copper, then zinc, aluminum, and last would be lead. As we know, the stock levels in lead is quite low.
Ajay, coming on silver as well, because as the gold prices have been rising, silver has seen even more volatile higher side. I mean, we're up by 64-65% for silver in this year. From these current levels, we're just a couple of dollars away from that all-time high as well. We've seen $48 already. Are you looking at 50 crossing in this year? Are you still bullish in silver?
I'm very much bullish on silver, but frankly, 1980, 2011 resist me at $50. Maybe we can see a level nearby 50, but correction is expected in bullion, particularly silver. I'm expecting 8 to 10% correction. That will be more attractive to buy, targeting $72 in next couple of years. But currently, as an investment, silver for current level, stay cautious. For investment, if you're looking for silver, definitely it's a good bet. But as already we have seen a rally more than 55-58% in last 5 years. I think some pause is required for silver from here. Maybe a corrective of 8 to 10% would be a lucky bet.
Absolutely, that's music to a lot of ears. People who haven't been able to buy gold and silver are absolutely waiting for those kind of dips. But you talked about 10 to 15%, and after a 50% rise, 10 to 15% isn't late. So when you're looking at the Indian markets right now, Ajay, where would you see a very strong support coming at? Would you say for gold prices, 3,500 is something that we may perhaps not see in our lifetime yet again? Or do you think that that level is 3,000? Do you see gold at all going below $3,000 an ounce? Where do you see a very hard stop, strong support coming?
You can see every level in commodity, and generally in commodity we have seen either percentage drop is very unusual, but time correction is always there. We have seen many commodities that has came under deep time correction. So frankly, at gold at 3,900, 3,850 is not a right time to invest. Maybe like in April month we have seen a 10% correction to the level of 3,150. This is just a benchmark of 8 to 10%, but yes, we can see level like 3,000 or below also. I'm expecting further dips from here. But for silver, I'm more bullish because it's a structural program. Our demand from industries are continuing. Cash barometer is good silver ratio, which is currently around 82, and long-term average is, let's say, around 70 also. That gives me more boost to buy and hold silver more rather than gold.
Ajay, one word on silver as well. So when you say that you would rather hold silver than gold, what kind? And you talked about 10 to 15% of a correction onto this one. If I look at the Indian prices, we're trading at around 1,45,000 rupees here. What is the kind of correction? What are going to be the best levels to buy? Let's say in the next couple of years.
When we talk about 10 to 8 to 10% correction, definitely it would be nothing much around maybe around let's say 15,000, 20,000 maximum. But I think the time correction required for silver. If I am getting a silver around 1,10,000, 1,05,000 would be a great level to buy. But which will take time. But overall target would be $72. Next couple of years, which will take another 2 years to reach that.
It's near-term correction, but longer-term, if you're looking to buy those precious metals for investment purpose, $72 an ounce is what you're saying, Ajay, next couple of years there. So, just if you have to divide your portfolio, how would you put it as in sense of 100% in case of commodities
Manisha, one more guest was talking, one is more bullish on silver than gold, right? Yeah. So, very close to the trend right now. And $72 in the next couple of years? After that, as you said, it's going to give you a nice time to get in, pick it on the lower side as well. So I think because of the volatility that you generally see and have been seen traditionally in silver prices. But interesting believe that maybe silver is the new proxy for gold at this point. But thanks, Manisha, for that. We'll take a short break, but let's focus on Nuvama Wealth before we do that. You're looking at the market here. Tell us more. So Nuvama Wealth, and mainly why is the stock is growing? So right now we've got a nod that's coming from SEBI. This nod is for mutual funds, setting up mutual funds. So that becomes important for them. And they've spoken about this in Jan as well, that given an indication that this is something that they were looking out for, that they applied to the SEBI. That time also everyone was positive on this one. Now this application has finally been approved, and SEBI is also allowing Nuvama to launch SIFs. SIFs are obviously those alternate sort of funds. So it's between a PMS and mutual fund. So that gives a good traction for these funds as well. So big approval coming in for Nuvama Wealth. Obviously some specifics and requirements that are there that needs to be fulfilled by Nuvama Wealth from a SEBI side, which they need to do. But as of now, this approval coming in, that is why the stock has managed to hold on to gains of almost 10% during the session. Alright, so that's the week on high view update. As you can see, just initial at this point. What's happening from 3rd to the 7th. So just about some details flashing on your screen. But you're also looking at Tyson. That one is really okay. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break, but we'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
I choose a world where we dream. Limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
reports still consolidating for the frontline end of things, but holding around that 24,813 mark for the Nifty. The broader market's doing a lot better. The mid-cap index now virtually at the higher end of today's trading range, as the Nifty Bank up 175 points, led by some of the PSU bank names as well. But in the last few minutes, a couple of stocks which have spiked. We have HFCL, that's the one that should come up for you, very close to entering the F&O bank. So that comes up on your screen. We've also seen some traction on Woodco. Woodco is up around 1.5%, nearly 2.5% higher from the lows. And Berger Paints is the other one, which has spiked to the high point of trade. Remember, oil prices are at near 4-month lows, and this is seasonally a strong quarter for all these paint companies. With that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Halftime Report. Stay with us here on CNBC TV 18. Business Lunch takes all the market action forward. Thank you for watching.
small band with mid-cap showing relative strength. Metals and industrials notch gains while energy and auto stocks are some big drags. Global investment firm Abu Dhabi's IHC is investing $1 billion in Samman Capital for an over 41% stake. It will also make an open offer for an additional 26% at 139 rupees a share. The move marks a milestone transition for the home finance sector. Bajaj Auto calls it a rocking festive season. Maruti 2 sees sales top 1 lakh vehicles for the first time ever in Navratri. What's more, the two-wheeler and passenger car makers also point to strong exports. Oil prices have now declined to a four-week low as traders expect OPEC and allies to hike output by around 500,000 barrels a day. Rising US crude and gasoline stocks also weigh on sentiment.
అవును వచ్చే ఉడనే వచ్చే మొండ